President Castellanos, the live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and start the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the February 21st, 2024 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 5:04 p.m. Ms. Schwenke, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullicus. Trustee Davis. Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee Pritchard.
Present.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Parham.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here. Ms. Schwenke, before the board recesses closed session, are there any speakers?
We have one speaker.
Okay.
George Snapper.
I think they know me. Before we start the timer, though, I had just heard that they're not able to hear outside. Is there? I'm getting a thumb down from. So if you wouldn't mind just being patient, I know they really want to hear what we have to say.
Thank you.
So if this were my classroom.
Can we let them into the foyer? I mean, they could probably hear out there, no?
Okay, they're good.
Can they?
They are golden.
Okay.
Thank you, Gila. I really appreciate that. President Castellanos, Superintendent Brown, and trustees, as the president of CUEA, I attend almost every board meeting, even if I don't speak. In fact, the last time I stood up here was to share about our district CAPE team and the collaborative work that came from the LMI summer training. I stand before you today in an honest attempt to continue to collaborate around the issue of negotiations. When I attend a board meeting, I sit in my assigned seat, which is right over there, and I listen to the business before the board. January's meeting included the California Dashboard Report, which was stellar overall. Educators were thanked for their outstanding efforts. December's meeting publicly shared that our district led not just the county, but also the state in our English language arts scores post-pandemic. Again, educators were thanked for their service. Based on the dashboard and our ELA scores alone, it's fair to say that we have earned a decent salary increase along with affordable health care. On our math walks, I witnessed firsthand the amazing work our educators are doing each and every day on behalf of students. This too would be a reason to justify a decent, comprehensive financial proposal from the district. Here's the thing. We all agree that CUSD teachers are the hardest working and most caring in the business. I don't need to convince you of that, but unfortunately, the current offer from the district falls far short of a fair increase that recognizes these efforts and keeps pace with our surrounding districts. We look at the same exact financial statements and budget numbers. We attend the same school services budget presentations. We study the same charts, diagrams, and interim reports. And as a result, we are certain CUSD has the means and the ways to do better, regardless of some potential obstacles. It is true that CUSD, like many districts in the state, has faced declining enrollment. However, in looking at the LCFF calculator, enrollment has started to stabilize. Our unfunded liabilities like TK will now be covered by state dollars. The promise to fully fund Prop 98, the base funding for public education, has been made. Deferrals that were going to cause some bumps in the financial road have been eliminated. This is good news. We should be celebrating this together. Instead, we are here asking for the district to reconsider their financial offer. It would be counterintuitive for us to come to the table with anything unsustainable. We certainly don't want to bargain our way out of a job. This organization prides itself on being fair, reasonable, and consistently bargaining in good faith. We have always put our best foot forward, whether it be in negotiations, in classroom instruction, or in helping students through their emotional struggles, to name just a few. CUEA's mission statement says our students deserve the best. To us, this isn't just a statement, it is a reflection of our core values. If you believe this as well, then it's crucial that we honor the hard work, dedication, and passion of the educators in CUSD. Thank you.
Okay, the board will now recess to close session to address the following agenda items. A, student readmissions, 3 cases. B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, 5 cases. Conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, Kuma, and unrepresented employees. Employee discipline, dismissal, release, 1 case. Conference with real property negotiators, property, South Transportation, and groundskeeping facility. 5.51 acre property located at 26126 Victoria Boulevard, Dana Point, California. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, 6 cases. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 2 cases. Liability claims, significant exposure litigation, 1 case. The board will now recess to close session. Thank you.
President Castellanos, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the February 21st, 2024 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 7:05 p.m. As a reminder, per board policy 9323, meeting conduct, requests to address the Board of Trustees will be accepted only until 20 minutes after the start of open session. Please note that we have Spanish interpreters attending this evening's meeting, and they are available in the back of the room. Also, if we have any students registered to speak this evening on an agenda item, we will hear them before any adult speaker. Please note, staff has pulled agenda item 12C, resolution number 2324-23, approval of Fourth Amendment and Development Agreement. Also, the citizen has pulled agenda item 12D, citizens request Be Smart for Kids. Also, staff has revised agenda item 16C, page 2, biannual authorization of coaches to provide second semester physical education credit. A name has been added to the Tesoro High School. Revised copies are available in the back of the room and on the district website. Oral communications is an opportunity for the public to comment on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. Per board policy, the total time allotted for oral communications is 20 minutes with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. The per speaker time may be less if there's a larger number of speakers. Note, under California law, board members cannot respond to non-agenda oral communication comments. We would also like to note that while the public has a right to speak, the district does not condone speech that is perceived as hateful or discriminatory. The purpose of a school district is to teach. In addition to typical academic subjects, we want to teach young people appropriate behavior and respect for other points of view. Our students are watching and listening. Thank you. We appreciate your support in tonight's modeling respectful and productive public discourse for our students and our community. Okay. Ms. Schwenke, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Pierce.
Here.
Trustee Willicus.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee Pritchard.
Present.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Parham.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here. Okay, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by, oh gosh, Miss Sam Tarr.
Please stand. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Okay, moved by Trustee Hanachek, seconded by Trustee Jones. Thank you. Ms. Schwenke, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Pierce.
Aye.
Trustee Willicus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote to adopt the agenda with a preferential vote of aye from Student Board Member Pierce. Ms. Schwenke, please read the report out from closed session.
On agenda item 3A, student readmissions, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. Case number 2023-028, 2023-040, 2023-045. On agenda item 3B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3C, conference with labor negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3D, public employee discipline dismissal release, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following case. Resolution number 232408C. On agenda item 3E, conference with real property negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3F, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. ADR cases 2023-1221, 2024-0108, 2024-0110, 2024-0122, 2024-0125, 2024-0126. On agenda item 3G, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following OAH cases: 2023-07-0029, 2023-09-0334. On agenda item 3H, liability claim, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following case: liability claim number 23114272. This concludes my report.
Thank you. At this time, I recognize Dr. Chris Brown, Superintendent.
Good evening, everyone. So a few weeks ago, I was in an elementary school. I've been visiting our schools and getting to know the district, and a third grade student asked me, what does a superintendent do? Which is a fair question from a third grade student. And so I thought I'd actually talk a little bit tonight about one of the things that will be taking up the majority of my working time over the next few years, and the majority of most superintendents' working time. That's to spend a little time talking about our budget. And it'll be something that we talk about repeatedly out in public as we move through the next couple of years. And there's really a few factors that are impacting our budget, or will be impacting our budget here in Capo in the next 3 years. And so I wanted to go over a few of them. The first, as most people know, Capo Unified is a declining enrollment district. So in 2009, we had just over 50,000 students in the district. We currently have just over 40,000 students in the district. This is a pattern that's being mirrored by most districts in the state of California. I believe 98% of state districts have declining enrollment as California is experiencing a wave of emigration away from the state and lower birth rates. And coastal cities are more prone to having the low birth rate and the people moving away due to the cost of living. In today's dollars, in terms of our revenue from the state, that equates to about 120 million less dollars that Capo receives annually to run its programs. And you might ask, why haven't we kind of felt that? And the reason is threefold. So one, as declining enrollment hit us coming out of the Great Recession in 2009, we also had the full implementation of LCFF. So you had sort of a generalized increase in school funding in that period of time that overcame some of our declining enrollment and allowed us to keep similar systems and similar staffing levels despite having fewer students. And then as that got fully implemented and we were ready to start thinking about declining enrollment, we all had the pandemic hit of 2020, and that came with COVID relief funds. In fact, for Capo, it was $150 million in COVID relief funds that allowed us to expand programs and bring in extra support for our students when they needed it most. And then finally, during that period of time, the state also did what's called hold harmless to the district. So they didn't count negative attendance as harshly, nor declining enrollment. You were allowed to use previous year's enrollment numbers for your funding. Well, all three of those things are now gone, and we are 10,000 fewer students. In fact, just this year, we've lost 1,000 students, which is about on pace. And you'll see some more from that later in the day when we have a DAC presentation. And you combine that with the fact that our state budget right now is meager compared to what it's been in the past, and the governor has done his best to try and protect education from any shortfalls, but we'll see what the May revise says as the gap between projected revenues and actual revenues for the state seems to be growing by the day. And I say this not to be alarmist and not to be skies falling, but I want to be transparent. We have a commitment to being very clear with our community, with our teachers, with our staff about what's happening with our budget, because it makes a big deal. We're one of the largest employers in Orange County. We have a budget that gets close to $700 million annually with all of our grants and everything. And so it's a lot of money that we have to talk about, and being a declining enrollment district, it will be less and less every year. Luckily, the district has done a lot of planning with staff to soften the ramp, to give us the soft landing moving out. There's plans in place that have been in place for multiple years to try and mitigate some of these things. And we'll continue to ramp up some of these changes to make sure that we get to a place of fiscal stability for the long term, despite declining enrollment, or as our declining enrollment hopefully starts to level out in the next couple of years. And so my commitment is really to the board and to our community to be transparent about what's happening with our budget, and keep everyone in the loop of the planning that's going on with our budget as we face the challenge of living in a time of fewer students and fewer dollars coming into the district with which to support those students. So that concludes my comments for the evening.
Thank you, trustees. Any comments this evening? Trustee Bolkus?
Good evening. I wanted to share something that I didn't get to witness because it happened at Tesoro High School while we had a workshop on January 31st. but many of you who have children in our schools know there's back to school nights, there's open house. And Tesoro High School decided to do something different for their open house. And was really excited to hear about it and hear about the success of it, because the whole point was to showcase. Oftentimes parents just go and visit their students' classroom, but it was an invitation for incoming 8th grade students and possibly those considering going to a private school. Well, what do they do in this public school? And I have samples of what they did. Each teacher put together to be able to explain to parents a one sheet, and then it was made up as a poster in the room. And so, for example, for AP Art History, it's explained what the student is going to be learning that year and how it is that they're going to be able to pass the class. So historical thinking skills, visual and contextual analysis, comparison, traditions, attribution, historical interpretation, augmentation. And I just thought it was great. Each one of the subjects, economics, history, all had this very explicit. And then the teachers, there was a group of teachers who volunteered. There were students who volunteered. They were ambassadors for the evening who took actual tours and took them around to the various classes, while teachers then were in their classroom giving a lesson to students so that the parents could actually see, okay, so how do they teach? What are they doing in the classroom? Meanwhile, the different organizations and the music department had something going on in the gymnasium and all. And it was quite exciting. In fact, last night being at Tesoro's area concert, instrumental concert, I was talking to some middle school principals, and one said, I've got this idea of doing my open house differently. I said, oh, did you hear about Tesoro? Yes, I did. So I love that ideas that are wonderful outside the box are embraced, and it was strongly supported with the teachers and the students being involved. And if anybody would like to know more about it, I'd be happy to send you, because students and parents know exactly the expectation of what the student is to learn to be passed in this coursework. And there was a lot of time and effort that these teachers put together to make a graphic to show, and I just thought that that was pretty innovative. And I'm sorry I missed it because I was here, but I did want to share it because I've heard nothing but positive feedback about it. So, and last night's Tesoro, I've been to Tesoro, Capo's, and Dana Hills instrumental area concerts where the elementary and the middle school feeders are performing with the high school students, and Dana Hills was a choir area concert. And as I like to say, go to Capo. This is spring play season. All of our high schools have their spring plays, and I don't know all of them yet. I know Tesoro's is SpongeBob, and I know Capo's is Mamma Mia. You don't need to go to Segerstrom's. You can just buy a $15 ticket and go locally to see plays and support your schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees? Trustee Davis?
Yes, love what's happening in lots of schools all across CUSD. I was able to attend the San Clemente High School's 8th grade expo, where the middle school 8th grade students are coming to San Clemente to find out what's happening and all the good things that are happening at San Clemente High School. Wonderful to see families so excited to be there. The San Clemente High School, at San Clemente High School, the middle school and elementary schools performed, the band and orchestras performed. So incredible to see these kids and watch what happens from their first lesson to just a few lessons and moving on in elementary and then up into middle school. Vista Del Mar had their 20th anniversary. Incredible opportunity to see what's happened over the years and the kids still singing the same song. Attended with Trustee Hanachek at that event, and great to see lots of teachers and administrators and former principals come back and be a part of that. It's been amazing, amazing day. BAMS was awarded the Model PLC Award, which is a professional learning community. Incredible. It's only one of 6 schools in all of California that has that distinction, and it was great to see the work that's been done and the way that they collaborate to help meet the needs of students and do it in a little different way. The safety briefing at BAMS, we offered the briefings at each of the school, a couple of different schools. And I appreciate the protocols and the way that we navigate safety and the families that were able to attend that. San Clemente High School, I've been at a lot of basketball games and soccer games and wrestling. The boys soccer moved on to state, and the girls basketball was in 2nd round CIF, boys basketball 2nd round CIF. And just great to see all the things that are happening, and love what's happening in our schools and appreciate the efforts of our teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Jones?
So tonight we have our, the English Learner Annual Evaluation, and I know that we have, some people here tonight who are parents of English learners. These parents don't come to our meetings enough, but I'm glad that there are some here tonight, and I've seen some at some of the superintendent's open forums, and I think it's wonderful that those parents are involving themselves. Trustee Bullicus stole some of my thunder. I'm going to also talk about the high school performances. Earlier this year, I invited a couple city council members to attend a football game with me, and they were so happy they went. They don't have kids in school anymore. One of them is actually a Dana Hills High School graduate. But they said to me afterwards, you know, for less than $20, we got to see a great game. We got a hamburger and chips and a drink, and we didn't have to drive anywhere. And this was wonderful. One of those city council members I subsequently invited to go last year with me to see Fiddler on the Roof at Aliso Niguel High School. And he was just enthralled. And I started thinking, you know, we need to let our city council members know more about this. So I started a little email list just personally to our city council members. And I make a list of the performances that the high schools are putting on. I can't do all the schools. I can't do middle school and elementary school, but I'm doing the high schools. Last year, I went to see Mary Poppins at Capo and Chicago at San Juan Hills High School. And these are so good. These productions are so good. And people that attend a lot of plays have said to me, you know, this is just as good as something that you would drive to LA to see and spend, you know, $60 and have to pay $15 to park. And plus, you know, drive on a freeway. So I have a list, an email list. If you want to email me, I will put you on my list when I send it out. I try to be fair to all the schools. I'm probably not totally fair. It's a little hard to get the information, but I give ticket links and all that other stuff. My email address, it's on the website. It's GI Jones. You can't forget that. At Capo USD. Just email me and I will send you the list that I send out periodically. I just sent it to city council members a few days ago, and a bunch of them are going to be going to plays. I think this is a great thing for our community. It's a great thing for our schools and for our students. And I'm telling you, there's no reason to be going up to Segerstrom. We just had Cinderella this year at San Juan Hills, and SpongeBob at Tesoro, as Trustee Bullicus said. So it's not just plays for adults, although I don't think we're taking the little kids to Mamma Mia. As I recall, that is not exactly G-rated. And neither was Chicago, but the kids are so good. I remember the first time I went to a high school play recently, I was talking to one of the teachers. I said, well, some of these are professionals that you guys are just paying. And she said, no, these are all students. And now I realize, yes, they're all students, but they are that good. It is hard to believe that none of them are professionals. So please do attend and send me your email. I'll put you on the list. Thanks.
Okay, any other trustees? Trustee Barham?
So the superintendent started with some maybe sobering comments earlier about the financial situation that we have as an outlook. And then we had some very positive comments from my fellow trustees about how great things are going within the district. I want to draw attention to the fact that at the beginning of closed session tonight, we had probably 200 or more teachers here. And they were all dressed in red to represent their concerns. And I want to draw attention to the fact that it was a very, I thought, professionally representation by the teachers, very thoughtful, and I appreciated them being here. And I think obviously we have a lot of difficult things to decide financially, but I'm encouraged by the fact that we've got such a professional group of teachers that we're working with. So you don't see them here now, but they were here in force a couple of hours ago. And I think it's, the public needs to know that.
Thank you. Student board member Pierce?
No comments tonight.
Okay, all right, thank you.
President Castellanos,
Yes,
do one more shout out.
of course.
On February 12th, we had an award winner on our staff. Karen Gauthier had received the Orange County STEM Initiative as an outstanding STEM educator. And this was an initiative at the University of California, Irvine, Beal Applied Innovation Center. And so she earned a personal plaque. We have a plaque here that we'll display at the district. And she earned $2,500 for the district to use towards furthering STEM education. And on the STEM advisory committee right now, we have both Karen Gauthier and Kristen Robb, who is teaching us a little bit more about AI and how that is impacting our students and all of us. And it's quite interesting. So I am so proud of CUSD once again leading the way and wanted to share as a big shout out to Karen Gauthier. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are now moving on to oral communications. Total time for oral communications shall be 20 minutes. Individual presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, but could be less if there is a larger number of speakers. Complaints regarding district employees should be addressed by completing the district's formal complaint form available through the district's website. Ms. Schwenke, how many speakers do we have for oral communications?
We have 1 student and 29 other speakers.
Per board policy 9323 meeting conduct, 1 through 7 speakers will be allowed 3 minutes, 8 to 10, 2, and then 11 to 20 to 1. So those who are requested to speak and we cannot be accommodated within the 20 minutes may be allowed to speak after other board business has been concluded prior to adjournment. So in the back of the room, when you checked in, there was a QR code on the table. If you are not called to speak during this time, because we're going to go past our 20 minutes, you can scan that code and then it goes directly to our emails and you can email the board. During this time, it's the trustees know we're not going to have a conversation about what you're here to talk about, but we want to. And so I think the best way for you to have a conversation with us is almost sometimes through email, just because I know these trustees and I know that there will be a response and you will get an answer to your question. Or go ahead, Ms. Trustee Davison.
I moved to waive board policy and allow 1 minute for the 29 speakers.
Okay. It's up to, I guess it's up to the board. I mean, we can go 20 minutes and then have the rest of them use the email and use the QR code that's in the back and communicate with us that way, or I'm gonna take board consensus on this. Our policy is 20 minutes. Correct. Okay, any others have comments? Trustee Jones? You want to have a comment? Go ahead, trustee Bolkus, and trustee Jim.
But did we do away with that once, was the process at the end of the meeting that anyone who wanted to stay so they could speak for 3 minutes?
You can do that. We can do that as well. It would be 1 minute, but yes.
So-
I'd be willing to do that for everybody.
Okay, okay, so do the 20,
The agenda's quite short because 2 hours
yes,
and pulled.
correct,
I think, it's, you'll get to be up pretty soon.
correct.
Now, this won't be a late night.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay, we're gonna do that. Yes, correct, correct. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Schwenke? Yeah, the student first. After the meeting. Yes, correct.
Can you please tell us what you decided?
Okay, I will call the student first and then the 10 adults. So please line up in the middle. We have student Catherine Greca Klaus, and then Chrissy Humphreys, John Skipper, Nancy Rohr, Amy Baxter, Luca Klaus, Samantha Brashear Tar, Brenda Anxiety, Dejani Jones, Linda V, and Rocky Chacon.
Just to clarify, we will do 20 speakers now for 1 minute each. And then at the end of board business, prior to adjournment, the remaining 9 or 10 speakers, if they're still here, can speak for 1 minute each at the end. So we will get to all 20 now. It's 1 because there's more than 20, right? So you don't give them different time periods at the end. So
Yeah.
they can speak at the end.
Please speak your name before speaking. All right. Catherine Klaus, go ahead.
Hi, I'm an 8th grade student at AVMS. Proud to be a member of mock trial team. In mock trial, we take on roles such as attorney, witnesses, or bailiff, immersing ourselves in a real trial procedure and experiencing what it's like to be a lawyer. This Saturday, we are gearing up for our mock trial tournament hosted at J. Sarah, where we will engage in a genuine trial and compete against other schools' team. This marks my 3rd year participating in AVMS's mock trial program. I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity it provides. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Duarte for bringing this program to AVMS from Ladera Ranch. It is a fantastic program that I believe every school should have. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chrissy Humphrey. I have a daughter in Capo District in elementary school. We don't have a lot of time, so basically just to cut to the chase, I'm here tonight to speak on school safety and school security. I feel like it's an issue in our district that is somewhat talked about, but there's a lot of Band-Aids and things to me that I get answers that just don't make any sense and don't really cut to the chase and talk about hardening the target. There's things like Raptor that they're saying they're going to implement. And if you have an open campus, even though you're supposed to go show your ID to go on the campus, bad guys aren't going to do that. So to me, until we have fencing, one-way entry points and things like that, we're not really taking our kids' safety fully into concern. We can say that we care, but till we see the money put behind that, I know we're short on funds, but until we see that happening, we're not serving our children wholeheartedly, in my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is John Skipper. I'm a retired police captain from the city of Redondo Beach. I have over 48 years experience in law enforcement, a lot of it with threat assessments. I conducted the terrorism threat assessment for the city of Redondo Beach. I have a granddaughter that attends a school in this district. I've been to that school many times. It is totally, unequivocally not secure. I can walk on that campus anytime I want to. I have been in city government many years. I understand about budgets, bonds, et cetera, but I know that priority projects always find a way to get funded. And everybody says the children are the most important priority. If that is the case, you need to find a way to fund a third-party threat assessment of these schools is a first step. Nothing ever gets done unless it starts. And I'm telling you that as having experience, many years' experience in this.
Good evening. My name is Luca. Tonight, I want to express how blessed and thankful I am that my child gets to attend Aliso Viejo Middle School. This is a school that cares about its students, and I want to say thank you specifically to our English department at AVMS for the diverse and realistic books that they expose our children to. These books not only spark conversation, but also cultivate awareness which children need, and that is precisely what our students go to school for. Also, I would like to say thank you for the amazing UNO tournament that's been happening at the AVMS. It's been on for 3 weeks and our kids are having a blast. Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Brown. My name is Samantha Brashear Starr, and tonight I'm speaking in my capacity as a parent to twin 8-year-old girls in CUSD. Education, like politics, is local. My locality is Wood Canyon Elementary in Aliso Viejo. As the Mighty Comets enter their 30th anniversary year of being an official schoolhouse, I'd like to highlight a few standouts. UC Berkeley grad Casey Setter, who sees that one of my girls is ready for 3rd grade work and hands it to her. Over half-decade-long volunteer Kara Mumford Hart, who has wrote the book on the legend that is the Wood Canyon Book Fair and can name almost all of the student body by name. Seasoned art teacher Jenna Grace, who has said about one of my girls, "I think your kid is going to be a writer." The story she told me about her drawing had me in the room. Veteran PTA volunteers Mina Carson and Veronica Yap, who have come alongside me to mentor and encourage me as I navigate being a mom and PTA president. The commonality these women share, thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Brown and trustees. Currently, I serve as the PTA president of Don Juan Avila Elementary, a vibrant school teeming with excitement and achievement. I want to take a moment to highlight some of the positive things happening in our school. Leading the charge is our phenomenal principal, Mr. Richard Frieda. He has worked hard to build a strong sense of community within our school and has been a valuable partner to our PTA. This collaborative spirit is precisely what fuels our success. Speaking of success, our recent PTA STEAM night was a whirlwind of excitement and learning. Thanks to the hard work of our dedicated teachers led by Mrs. Mayer and our special guest, Dolphin Robots. And the momentum doesn't stop there. On March 6th, we're hosting a fundraiser night at Tony Pepperoni, where our amazing teachers and principal will be serving our families. I invite you all to join us, and we will gladly serve you. Thank you to our trustee, Krista Castellanos, for attending and supporting our events. Dr. Brown, your vision of building strong and connected communities resonates deeply with our school walls. Thank you all.
Speaker, will you please state your name?
Nancy Rohr, parent to 2 alumni of San Clemente Schools. The good news is my 2 kids have reaped the benefit of their experience in dual immersion starting at Las Palmas. My son, a former first chair cellist in the orchestra and varsity surfer at San Clemente High School, is using his Spanish a lot at a new managerial position in the food industry. My daughter was the recipient of the Scholar Athlete Award for Varsity Surf Team, has enjoyed traveling to surf in contests around the globe, where Spanish helped her a great deal in Mexico, Peru, and Spain. I hope the support and investment in San Clemente Schools will return to the way it was 10 to 12 years ago, and without the chaos and division that's been invited by a few on this board and in this room. Let's make sure the current crop of students is encouraged to use open hearts and open minds to open the doors of their future. Thank you.
Deanna Jones. I'm here today to address security at Las Palmas. My husband and I have 3 kids who attend the school, and keeping them safe is our top priority. Las Palmas experienced multiple lockdowns last year and unfortunately just had another one. I emailed Lisa Davis last year urging the district to do something to address vulnerabilities of the campus. Maxburg Park across the school is known for historical violence and crime activity. The fencing by the preschool playground is so low that anyone could jump in and have access to every single classroom. If you walk the perimeter, the fencing has holes and many weak spots. It is absurd that another lockdown happened on February 6th because the perimeter and safety issues have not been addressed. No climb fences around the perimeter should be the standard. OC sheriff presence should be advocated for. I feel like the district has forgotten about Las Palmas. I'm here to make sure that this voice is heard. What is the timeline for making necessary changes to the perimeter? Lisa, in your response to my email last year, you stated safety is the district's #1 priority for all students and staff. Please explain the plan, because zero communications with parents and your constituents makes me believe
Thank you.
otherwise.
Our next speaker is Amy Baxter.
I would like to say congratulations to Vista Del Mar on their 20th anniversary celebration. My son attended VDM K through 8 starting in 2006 and graduated from SCHS in 2019. He has since graduated with a degree in biomedical engineering and is now in his first year of graduate school, due in large part to the world-class education and programs he received in Capistrano Unified. So thank you. But I must take a moment to ask, are we better off than we were 4 years ago? Are we better off with continued manufactured chaos? Are we better off with the influence from the California Policy Center? Are we better off attempting to malign, harass, or stoke fear in our marginalized communities? Are we better off with performative politics on a Sunday morning in front of one of our elementary schools? Is this who we are? Let's get back to the CUSD of 4 years ago when distractions were not the focus.
Good evening. My name is Linda Vraster. I'm a constituent. I'm thrilled that the district and particularly Superintendent Brown are using data and sharing it regularly with the public in order to make sure that our students are striving to get a world-class education versus a third world education where they learn curated history, literature, and science. I want our kids to thrive in the real world once they leave the South Orange County bubble and take their righteous place in the world as leaders. And I want you to just go ahead and keep up the great work to get that done. Thank you.
Before we start, I'd like to call the next speakers. We have Cindy Maroney, Ellen McDermott, Michelle Clausel Campbell, Shireen Smith, Jessica Geyer, Ellen, Susie Taylor, Angela Watts, and Heidi.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Brown. My name is Dr. Rocky Safoni. I'm a parent of a student at Miguel Hills Middle School. I'm here tonight to bring to your attention the excellent work of Principal Jeff Jones and his staff and faculty in establishing the One School, One Ohana philosophy at Miguel Hills Middle School. This is our second student at Miguel Hills Middle School. They're 6 years apart in age. And based on our prior experience there, we were not going to send our younger student to Miguel Hills. However, in many discussions with other parents, the evidence was clear that since Mr. Jones' arrival, the culture, atmosphere, and professionalism at Miguel Hills had improved dramatically. Translated from the Hawaiian, the word ohana means family, but the concept of ohana is more than family. It's friends, it's neighbors, it's our entire community. And so tonight I want to acknowledge the excellent work of Mr. Jones and his staff at Miguel Hills Middle School.
Hello, my name is Cindy Maroney. I am the PTSA president at San Juan Hills High School. I wanted to let you know that I'm seeing increase in parent volunteerism on campus, such as collaboration with athletic and performing arts boosters in preparation for our WAS accreditation next week on campus. I'm also proud of our PTSA effort to collaborate and communicate with our ELAC families, our English learner families. And Trustee Bolikas, I'm excited to share with you our spring production is going to be a Gershwin-inspired production of Crazy for You. And my daughter will be performing her stand-up bass with her pit orchestra. You are welcome to join us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Eileen McDermott. I'm here again, another night with you guys. Just to remind you that God, the creator, gave you the 10 commandments, and allowing a satanic club to meet at the elementary school is totally against him. And for the parents, I'm here to tell you, Mother Miriam, who has a podcast, she told us, God didn't give these kids to the school board, to the government, to the religious organizations. He gave you these kids. It's your responsibility. So for Mother Miriam, she said, get your kids out of the public schools because they are destroying them. And so I'm here to say, parents, please listen. And you guys won't forget me when everything goes down. You'll remember what I'm telling you. God the Father, he made a man and a woman, two sexes. Animals know that. Hello.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Fossil Campbell.
We have phenomenal schools in CUSD. We have phenomenal parents in CUSD. I am really fortunate to be at two amazing schools where right now, Jeff Jones was just awarded the Secondary Administrator of the Year award. So we're super proud of him at Niguel Hills. I know he's at the back now. He snuck in. We have so many great things going on at Niguel right now. We have our book fair happening. We've been there for the last week. It's great. It ends tomorrow at our open house where we do a showcase open house at Niguel. And we've done it the last several years to welcome our entire Ohana, our entire community, and our entire city in to see the great things happening at Niguel. But also I'm at Dana and we have so many great productions. So I will get you dates for everything, Trustee Jones, that you need from Dana. But right now there's a play going on tonight, Crimes of the Heart, but it's also tomorrow night and Friday night. We have our social dance concert happening on the 29th and the 1st, and then Les Mis is in April.
Speaker is Shreen Smith.
Good evening. My name is Ellen. I was here last month and spoke briefly about the need to properly vet people who work in the clubs on campus. And I also briefly mentioned something regarding the separation of church and state that Mr. Pierce had brought up. I'm here to offer you an apology, not for what I said to you about those two issues, but because the manner in which I said it. As a Christian, I am called to speak the truth in love, in a way that edifies, encourages, and points people to the one true truth, right? The God above who loves each one of us and wants the best for each one of us. So I offer you apology for my comments last week or month, but were somewhat maybe sarcastic, self-serving, and at the very least glib. And I'm certainly going to examine my motives before I speak in the future and encourage you to do so as well. Thank you.
Speaker, may I ask you to state your name?
Yes, my name is Ellen Robinson. Is that what you meant me? Yeah, okay.
Good evening, Shireen Smith, former principal, Capo Valley, Aliso Viejo Middle School, and superintendent of Laguna Beach. I would like to commend the district for the prestigious Golden Bell Award you recently received for the high-quality career tech programs offered at our schools. It's a testament to your commitment to fostering innovative, impactful, and inclusive educational opportunities for all students. Remarkably, Capo is one of the few districts that provides CTE labs in all the elementary schools. Students receive CTE-infused core content lessons in subjects like math, science, social studies, and English. Our high schools have state-of-the-art labs too. As an example, Capo Valley has a stellar engineering and manufacturing lab. At San Clemente High School, CTE courses range from the Automotive Academy to culinary arts to cybersecurity to lifeguarding and more. In summary, since I'm almost out of time, I'm just going to say thank you for your commitment and investment in these truly important programs for our kids. Thank you.
I wasn't sure if it was my turn. Good evening, Jessica Geyer, CUC PTSA Advocacy Team Co-Chair. I'm excited to share with you all tonight that CUC PTSA Advocacy Team, along with a mix of other PTM members like presidents, parliamentarians, and even a couple of students, are headed off on our annual trip to Sacramento with 4th District PTA next week. I'm really excited to share that out of the 79 total attendees from all across Orange County, Capistrano accounts for 32 of those. So 40% of the attendees this year. And we have 2 students coming with us, which is we are just over the moon. It's extra special to have students join us and share their perspectives as well as to what's happening in their schools. With the theme of Use Your Voice, we will continue to advocate for funding solutions for our district and others like ours, fully funding of IDA, and the continued focus on mental health and wellness resources for our students, staff, and communities. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Angela Watts. 7 months ago, after 2 back-to-back lockdowns at Las Palmas, I started a petition and I stood before this very board with the same urgent plea to prioritize safety of our children at Las Palmas Elementary School. In less than 9 months, our school has faced 3 legitimate threats to our children's safety, 3 lockdowns. And yet, for some inexplicable reason, we're told this is not an emergency. Lisa, please listen. This is your school. 2 days after the alarming incident of an intruder jumping the school fence, I appreciated that city officials, sheriff's department, and school district promptly met with myself and the safety committee to address our concerns. However, promises were made, timelines were set, and yet our children remain vulnerable. The school district assured us of timelines of both temporary fencing at the front of Las Palmas and installation of an 8-foot iron rod fence. Yet, as of tonight, our children are still exposed to potential risks, and this is unacceptable.
Dr. Brown, I have sent a couple of emails. Can we make sure and follow up on that timeline and the commitment for Las Palmas? I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susie Taylor. I have 2 children in the district, one at Vista Del Mar. Hooray for 20 years. Both kids have gone all the way through there, and my youngest is now an 8th grader. So I am truly blessed to have met so many great students and teachers, as Lisa knows, and administrators. Very, very fortunate. I'm here also as a San Juan Hills High School parent, and as a Capo Unified District Capo Coyotes parent. Capo Coyotes, I know several of you have asked about them, our high school ice hockey team. The Division II placed 2nd place in the presidential tournament this last weekend. Playoffs start this Saturday at 7:50 p.m. At Great Park Ice at 7:50 versus Edison. And D3 plays Friday night versus Fairmont Prep at 6:30 in Anaheim. So hope to see some of you guys there. Thanks.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Heidi, and I'm a retired public school teacher and a mother and San Clemente resident. First of all, I want to thank every teacher in this room who works hard to stick to academics. The majority of teachers do not support the various radical agendas we've seen in our school district, like denying parental rights, denying a parental rights notification policy, allowing children to dominate the school board meeting speaking slots that should have gone to the taxpayers in our community, especially children who are obviously coached on what to say. I saw them, they were handed papers on what to say, and we're pushing the exact same agenda. Good teachers stand with parents. They teach children to be humble and respectful to authority, and they would never be a part of pushing a radical agenda in our school.
Thank you, Speaker. That concludes our time.
All right, thank you. We are now moving on to discussion action items. So our first item is 12A, English Learner Annual Evaluation. At this time, I'd like to recognize Dr. Merwin, Associate Superintendent, Education and Sports Service, to present the item.
Thank you very much, President Castellanos. Staff presents item 12A, English Learner and Annual Evaluation. So I'm joined this evening by Dr. Rowena Mack, our Director of Language Acquisition, who will present the key components of the evaluation document. We'd also like to recognize some other special guests tonight. We also have Mr. James Daly. He's the EL Site Advisor at Dana Hills High School. You want to wave for us there, James? Thank you for being here. And also Principal of Shorecliff Middle School, Josh Wellickson. They're both here to help support the item this evening. So with that, thank you, Dr. Mack. You can proceed with the presentation.
Good evening. I'm privileged to present tonight the English Learner Annual Program Evaluation. The purpose of this evaluation and this presentation is to showcase the growth that our English learners are making here in CUSD, and to also the extent to which we are evaluating the implementation of English language development, instruction, and support for our English learners, and what improvements and adjustments may be needed to improve the outcomes for our students. As we begin, I'd like to invite everyone to keep these key points in mind throughout the presentation, that in order to be successful learners, English learners or ELs need both language and literacy or academic development in order to thrive, that our ELs are making steady growth under English language development, that they may need more support in their literacy or academic development in other content or subject areas, that their literacy development point to the focus that we need to have in integrating ELD professional learning in all content areas and in all grade levels, that their growth in their language development show that they are able to and are ready to participate in learning tasks of high academic language rigor, and the importance of having the same learning expectations for them as we do for all of our other students that are not English learners, and that to promote their overall success, we shall also continue to support them in improving their connectedness to their school, their engagement, and their overall college and career readiness. So the bullet points here represent some of the essential elements that will be included in this presentation tonight. We'll talk a little bit about EL demographics, or who are the students that make up our English learner student body. Understanding different typologies or language fluency groups of English learners, that when we say English learners, we actually are not talking about the same group of students all the time. EL progress indicator, I'll talk a little bit about that as it is illustrated on the California School Dashboard. What do we mean by LPAC performance levels and the importance of this assessment in illustrating the growth that our students are making in their language development? How are ELs faring or achieving in ELA in math, as these are also important indicators that we need to be watching out for? What are other progress measures toward reclassification, and some explanation of what reclassification criteria includes, entails, and what their implications are? Other measures of EL progress, such as enrollment in AP courses, for example. And last, I will summarize with some executive summary and some recommendations for future implementation. So to best interact with the information that will be presented this evening, I invite everyone to refer to the glossary of terms that were distributed that will include an explanation of the different terminologies and terms that will be presented at tonight's presentation. So what better way to begin our presentation than learn more about who the ELs are that comprise our students here in CUSD. We'll see in this slide right here that the majority of our English learners were born right here in the United States and start their schooling right here in Capistrano, over 2,800 of the students. Over the past year, we've seen some slight increase of newcomers coming from countries like Russia, Ukraine, and Guatemala. But we'll see that by and large, the majority of our ELs are born here in the United States. The languages on the right represent the top 10 home languages spoken by our students. That does not include English. Currently, we provide translation and interpretation support in Spanish and Farsi at our school sites through our site bilingual community liaisons. When parents ask for or necessitate interpretation or translation services in other languages listed here or not listed here, our department certainly has the resources to support them on that, so that it's not a barrier for parents to interact with their schools and their child's schooling using their home language. This is also a breakdown of how many ELs are represented in the different grade levels. Currently, we have just a little of over 3,600 total ELs, which make up about 9% of the entire CUSD student population here. We'll see here also from this diagram that the majority of them are at the elementary school level, with many of them having been here for 0 to 2 years. So that would include newcomers as well as TK or kindergarten students that start here with us. The next group that make up the majority of our students are over to the right, the secondary school students that have been English learners for more than 5 years. So we'll see that they are just a little over 1,000. And we'll speak a little bit about what LTELs or long-term English learners mean in just a little bit. We also have about 18% or nearly 1 out of 5 ever ELs that are dual identified. These are students that are either current English learners or reclassified students that are also dual identified with disabilities. And the bar graph on the right represent this breakdown in the various grade levels. So we have about 198 of these students in K2, 300 students, 307 in grades 3 to 5, and then 382 and 509 respectively in middle school and in high school. We'll spend a significant amount of time referencing language development of our students. So I think it's very important that we first take some time to get to know the LPAC. LPAC stands for the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California. This is an annual state exam taken by all English learners at all grade levels while they are English learners. And it has 2 parts. It has the oral language part, which consists of the listening and speaking domain, and then the written language, which consists of the reading and the writing domain. To best understand the learning outcomes and trajectory of ELs, it's important to understand that not all ELs are created equal. So this is what this diagram here will aim to help us better understand. When we say EL or English learner, that term generalizes all students at different proficiency levels. So from newcomers born outside of the United States to those who started with CUSD as kindergartners and remain as ELs even throughout their high school years. Until English learners reach reclassification status, their academic performance levels will be impacted by their English language development. That is, an EL is a student who is still progressing toward their mastery of English. When we refer to at-risk LTELs, which is a subgroup within the EL, we're talking about students that continue to be classified as ELs and have had this status for 4 to 5 years. Something unique about this particular subgroup is that their score on the LPAC has remained at the intermediate low, and that is why they are not progressing towards reclassification yet. LTEL, or long-term English learners, continue to be classified as ELs for 6 or more years. They have had the same level on their LPAC for 2 or more years. Now, a question that may come up is that what happens if a student has been an EL for 6 or more years, but they make growth on their LPAC? Does that mean they get out of being reclassified as LTEL? In the current definition, yes, that may be true, but starting next year, that definition is changing in that an LTEL will be defined as any EL who continues to be an EL for 7 or more years without being reclassified. An RFEP or reclassified fluent English proficient student represents students at the highest levels of their English language proficiency. Their average achievement typically is higher than EL student groups because they have reached very high levels of reclassification criteria that I will review in a minute. Something that's important for us to keep in mind is that as we have the goal of improving the academic outcomes of our ELs, it's just as important for us to have the goal of reclassifying our students as an important goal. That's because at the secondary level, for instance, as long as a student is an EL, they are required by law, we are required by law to provide them with a designated ELD class. At the elementary level, that may mean a set aside time during the instructional day of providing that support. At the secondary level, however, that is a separate class that they are taking within their regular schedule. So that is one period of the day that is being taken by their designated ELD class, whereas that may have been an opportunity for them to take an elective class, for instance. So we can see that that presents a challenge in giving them some equitable opportunities to participate in some of those other classes. There also tend to be a mindset sometimes that a student's English language development is synonymous to their academic development, when we'll see in a little bit, as data will be presented a little bit more, that those two are separate things. So what that may mean is that when a student continues to be classified as an EL, they may not be provided with as many opportunities to participate in higher level courses, for instance, like AP courses, because there might be a tendency to believe that they are not ready for it yet, and that we have to wait until they are reclassified before we can enroll them in those classes. It's also important for us to understand that RFEPs, up until they reclassify, are included in the EL student group. Once they reclassify, the EL student group is left with students of different proficiency levels that have not yet met the reclass criteria. The number of our ELs that enter our school district every year and the number of students who reclassify every year are always changing. And therefore, this constant cycling results in the achievement level of ELs to stay the same over time. So when we look at EL achievement data, this may lead to a false interpretation that our ELs are not improving, when really, to better understand the progress of our ELs, we should examine the number of students who reclassify every year, along with the growth of students who remain as ELs from year to year. LP, or the English Language Progress Indicator, is the indicator that we see presented on the California School Dashboard. It represents the progress made by the students on the LPAC, which is the annual state exam taken by all ELs. So when we see LP levels for a school district, what that is measuring is the growth that the students are making under LPAC, which is their English Language Proficiency Assessment. We'll see here that in 2019, just before the pandemic, CUSD had just a little over 50% of our ELs making progress toward their English language proficiency. Even with COVID and anticipated learning loss, our ELs increased in their LP, or in their English language progress indicator, in 2022, with 54.6% making progress, which then placed CUSD at the medium LP level. Last year, even more gains were made, with an increase of 5%, placing CUSD at the high LP level. When compared to 2019, that means that our students have increased over 9% in their LP growth. These bar graphs here represent the LPAC performance level of students from year to year. So it's divided into 3 different sections, with the one on the left being the overall score on the LPAC, the one in the middle being their oral language, and the one on the right being under written language. So what this will show here is that we have about 63% of our ELs making or earning a score of 3 or 4 under overall LPAC, an increase of about 3% when compared to last year. About 75% of them are earning a 3 or 4 under oral language. Let's be reminded that that is their speaking and their listening, and about 38% earning a 3 or 4 under written language, which is their reading and their writing. While the previous slide showed the growth made from year to year, it's also important to examine matched cohort growth, and that's what this slide here represents. This represents the same number of students, the same students rather, that took the LPAC for 2 years. And the reason why that's important to see is because that represents a much clearer picture of actual progress made by students from year to year who continue to be ELs and are taking the exam. We'll see here on the overall, again on the left, that we had just the year before in 2022, my copy here is a little bit smaller, we had 77% of our students earning a 4 on their overall LPAC. Last year, however, that went up to 29% of students earning a 4. So that's an increased percentage of 22% of earning a 4 on their overall LPAC. They also made tremendous growth in their oral language development, going from 26% of students earning a 4 in 2022 to 49%. So nearly half of them earning a 4 on their oral language development. We'd like to attribute that to our focused professional learning on academic conversations, on the importance of student talk, and giving English learners a lot of opportunity to make meaning of their learning through those conversations in class and speaking. We'll see that in the writing or the written language level from 3 to 11%, while that represents a growth, it is more growth that we need to make in that area. So we've already begun to focus our professional learning on reading and writing for ELs, not just on the LPAC, but on all other content areas, and we'll continue to do so for the next school year. As mentioned earlier, the LPAC is an indicator that helps us understand EL language development. So when we see an increase in performance for students on the LPAC, that means that they have received or reached adequate language to participate meaningfully in their academic areas, in their other subject areas, right? These two tables represent the percentage of ELs from different subgroups who are meeting or exceeding standards in ELA or math. That is, if their English language development is making gains, if they're making growth in these areas, we should predict that that type of growth should then have a spillover effect in their academic achievement in ELA and math. These columns, though, or the information here represent a few important things. That fewer than 15% of all ELs meet or exceed standards in both ELA and math. That ELs who've been in the country for less than a year nearly doubled their growth in both ELA and math. We attribute that to more intensive support that we are providing for newcomers and making sure that as we are developing their English language, that they're also able to participate meaningfully at the same time in their literacy development. We also see from these data sets that fewer than 10% of at-risk LTELs and LTELs are meeting standards in both ELA and math, despite of being ELs for 4 or more years. And that RFEPs, if you take a look at their growth, have made greater gains in ELA and math, even when we're comparing them to their English-only peers or all student groups. This speaks volumes to the important reclassification criteria that we've established, and that before we reclassify students, we are absolutely certain that they can perform on par and sometimes even outperform their peers in these academic areas. Okay, so I've alluded a lot about the reclassification criteria and what it takes for students or ELs to reclassify. So I'll spend a little bit of time talking more about reclassification criteria. Trustees, you've received supplemental packet about reclassification criteria of neighboring districts. That's there for you as a reference. We present that here to illustrate that the 4 criterion are state required. So criterion 1 of assessment of English language proficiency, 2, teacher evaluation, 3, parent communication, and 4, basic skills relative to English proficient students. Those are all the same. Number 1 and number 3 are the same all across the board that you'll find to be the case for all school districts. Number 2 and number 4, however, how an LEA or a local school district defines that is up to them in their own context, as long as it's meeting that criteria. So how we've defined teacher evaluation at the elementary level, that's 2 or above in all of their ELA standards is what students need to meet. At the secondary level, they have a couple of different pathways to reach that. They could either be getting a C- or above in their English class, or an overall academic GPA of 2.0 or higher. Criterion 3 is parent communication, which is a meaningful interaction with the parents regarding reclassification criteria. And criterion 4 is basic skills relative to English proficient students. We define that at the elementary level to be meeting or exceeding grade level standards, either in the SBAC ELA, if they take the SBAC ELA, or at benchmark for their DIBEL score. At the secondary level, they could either be meeting or exceeding grade level standards, also in SBAC ELA, if that score is available for them at the time of reclassification, or an iReady reading score that we have different cut scores for different grade levels that it's also at benchmark, or CIA, which is the common interim assessment at the secondary level. So now that we've learned a little bit about the reclassification criteria, I present you with some information on our reclassification data here at the district. It's important to note that the last official reclassification data presented at the state level or data quest was for the year 2020-2021. The state has not updated that information since then. However, we of course aggregate and present local reclassification data that we obtain through Elevation, our data management system here for ELs, as well as ARIES, our student information system. So some of the highlights here that I'd like to talk about here is that you may see that in the year 21-22, the reclassification rate was at 19.83%, which seems really high in comparison to the 2020-2021 reclassification rate of 10%. The explanation for that is that in 2020-2021, we did not have the opportunity to reclassify as many students because the required data that is needed for reclassification, namely LPAC and SBAC, were of course not completed by all students. Therefore, those students did not get to reclassify until the following year. You'll see then that that number stabilized for the year of 2022-2023, where a reclass rate of 10.73 is about the same as it was in 2020-2021. For this school year of 23-24, you'll see that that number, it has actually increased by 1.5% of 12%. But it's also important to note that that number is actually higher, and going to be higher by the end of the school year because we just finished our winter reclassification. So that number has not been included here and was not ready at the time of the publication of this report. But we'll see here that while still in progress, like I mentioned, the 23-24 reclass rate is already showing growth, and that our ELs at the high school level are showing the greatest increase in reclassification numbers. So a lot of growth being made by the students at the high school level. Now, not all students that reach the criterion 1 of LPAC overall level get to reclassify, because you may be reminded that there are 4 different criterion that they need to meet. So even for some students that reach the most stringent criterion, which is the LPAC overall of 4. If they don't meet criterion 4, they will not get to reclassify. This is the case for the most recent number of students at the elementary level, where we have about 40% of students that reached an overall level of 4. So ready in that regard to reclassify, cannot reclassify because they did not have the adequate score on their DIBELS or their SBAC ELA in order to reclassify. Similarly, about 6 out of 10 or 60% of students at the secondary level also will not get the chance to reclassify, even if they had an LPAC overall level of 4, because they also did not reach either the iReady reading, SBAC, or the CIA score. One of the recommendations that were included in this program evaluation points to the importance of examining sites' MTSS process and how ELs are identified and supported for additional reading interventions, for instance. At the secondary level, it's worthwhile to also examine interventions that are targeted for long-term English learners. So when we're presented with data of beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year in both iReady and DIBELS, it's worthwhile to examine how this information is being used to make sure that adequate, timely, and targeted support is being provided for ELs, not just for the sake of support, but also to support their path in order to reclassify. When looking at the number of at-risk long-term English learners and long-term English learners, this table does show an improvement in this regard because we have decreased our number by 67% of number of at-risk LTELs and LTELs when comparing from last year to this year. Nevertheless, we see that the rate is relatively unchanged in grades 11 and 12, meaning that we don't see that dramatic dip as we do for the other grade levels. So that's also worth to examine as to the extent to which that group of students at those grade levels are being supported. In addition to academic outcomes, it's also important to review other EL success indicators in the same way we do for all students. While the difference is only 2.8% in graduation rate when we compare ELs to non-ELs, the achievement gap is alarmingly high for A through G completion, with only 16% for ELs compared to 60% for all students. Staff has already begun to put supports in place to address this gap, including increasing access for futurology events, making sure that English learner students in their ELD courses at the secondary are getting adequate information about A through G opportunities and what those are, provide expanding access to Spanish-speaking families and understanding what A through G pathway means and how they can support their students' trajectory for that college and career readiness, one-on-one appointments with counselors, and integrating those lessons as part of their EL classroom lessons. Earlier in the presentation, I mentioned that an EL's high LPAC score is indicative of their readiness to handle rigorous learning tasks. For this reason, it's important to examine the barriers that may be hindering our EL's access to high-level courses such as AP. We'll see here that less than 1% or only 22 students in total were enrolled in an AP course at all of our comprehensive high school in 22-23. RFEPs, although a little bit higher, also just represent a sliver of total AP enrollment with only 12%. Similarly, the difference between ELs and all student group in chronic absenteeism and suspension rates present us with an important challenge to explore some goals that would examine how EL's sense of belonging and their connectedness with school may be related to their engagement with their learning and their school. As we close this presentation, I present the following recommendations. To continue to support sites in providing high-quality designated ELD instruction. This would mean continuing the professional learning for teachers as well as administrators to support that work. To implementation of district-wide training on integrated ELDs. So that means the extent to which our teachers that are non-ELD teachers, like teachers of math, social studies, science, are understanding how to put in those strategies to support their students in those classes. Maximizing site-based instructional support through systematic use of our instructional coaches, MTSS specialists, and PLC coaches. Focusing our MTSS and PLC efforts to improve literacy goals at all grade levels. Examining the MTSS plan to support LTELs at secondary level and to explore if there might be specific interventions that can be designed to support the specific needs of LTELs. Continuing the expansion of expanded learning programs among ELs that provide enrichment opportunities for our ELs, like our Summer STEAM Academy, and identifying some cultural proficiency goals and metrics to improve the other indicators of EL success. Thank you for allowing me to provide this information to you this evening. I'd like to welcome any questions or additional questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. Any speaker cards on this item?
We have one speaker.
Okay.
Linda Moore.
Hello, board. My name is Linda Moore. It's gonna have to go down. I'm a retired teacher. I taught English learners for 30 years. And the last 24 of those years were accomplished in Capistrano Unified. So I was delighted to see that tonight's agenda included addressing the needs of the English learners and the programs in our district. You know, the advantage of being a retired teacher living in the same area that I taught in is that I now run into many of my former students, and they're out in the community, which I am now too. And I'm able to see how they've become fluent in English and very productive members of our community. One of my students even became a teacher and ended up teaching in the classroom across from my classroom at the end of my career. But she went beyond me. She became a principal of an big immersion school up in Northern California. That makes a teacher proud. And I'm proud of our district for supporting these English learners and the programs that are so vital to their success and achievement. So thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Okay. Trustees, any discussion? Trustee Bolger.
I just want to thank you for that presentation. And it was a lot of information, but how you walked us through it, I really appreciated that. And it is so true when we say all students, but if we focus on those who need that additional help and can elevate them, it's just great for everybody. I've got one ticky-tacky question because I just want to understand it. I noticed, and I think a trustee had asked the question in our little Q&A session. So if you are born outside the USA, you're exempt from taking the EL SBA, but yet you do take the math SBAC within the first 12 months. I kind of wondered why.
That is correct, that there is an option if presented to exempt newcomers. So you have to be born outside of the United States. I think it's maybe universally taught that math is a universal language and may not be as dense in literacy and the reading skills as it is presented in SBAC ELA. I think more and more research coming is gonna counter that thinking. But yes, but we can see from the information presented here that even the students that took the the SBAC ELA, the newcomers, that they are making growth and that they can make growth. So I think it's important for us to make sure that we know that that is a scaffold that's available for them. But at the same time, it's very important for us to get them ready to participate at all times.
Thank you.
Any other trustees? Trustee Parham?
Well, thank you, and I'm glad I had some caffeine before this presentation because there was a lot here and I like data, but man. So I have a couple of simple questions. One is I should probably know the answer, but I don't. So are there any ELs in dual immersion programs?
Yes.
Does that in any way slow their ability to succeed later on or help? I mean, I don't know. Is there any impact?
We have some past data to show that initially it may seem as if they are not performing as well academically. But then later on, as they progress in the program, they do, and in fact, actually really outperform their peers who are not in the immersion program. However, I'd like to, if it's okay for you, to be presented with more additional data in the future to present very specific information of EL outcomes in specialized programs such as those in our dual language immersion schools.
Yeah, I would really like to see that. For the RFEPs that are not succeeding with A through G, how does that compare to the non-EL students? You mentioned there's a gap with AP classes that was significant. How significant is it compared to the average non-EL student?
You're asking for the students that are RFEPs or non-RFEPs?
No, RFEPs, the ones who are no longer classified as.
Okay, so we wanted to examine what is the A through G rate of students who are RFEPs versus the A through G rate of students who are not RFEPs. but
Yeah,
are
what
ELs.
I'm kind of getting at is they spend a lot of this time going through these extra efforts to become more proficient. They finally succeed. They're considered RFEP, but has that already taken them out of the running to, succeed with A through G requirements?
So I think the other thing to add to that, though, is to think about when they became reclassified, right? So it's very different from a student who reclassifies in, say, 10th grade in terms of their ability to complete A through G versus a student who entered in kindergarten, was born here like most of our ELs, and is reclassified by, say, 4th grade, right? And so be careful looking at how long they've been reclassified before they entered high school. We could disaggregate it that way. It is generally slightly lower than the English-only students. But the later they reclassify, the less likely they are to be A through G completers.
And I would imagine there's some other kind of socioeconomic factors that may also play in it. And I think we want to dive into that to see. But the more we can spend trying to understand, is this helping them or holding them back? That's really my fundamental question. And then you gave all this information about these other school districts and what they're doing. The rigorous programs they have to become to RFEP, to become part of that. How do we compare? Are we more rigorous or are we kind of the same as everyone else? I mean, there's a lot here.
Initial review of the data presented to you showed that CUSD actually has more pathways and more opportunities for students to reclassify, especially in criterion 4. That basic skills relative to other non-EL students, that we provide multiple pathways for students to reclassify and that our reclass rate tend to be higher than.
So the goal is really to get them to reclassify as soon as possible.
Yes.
But to be clear,
to be ready.
our rigor is not lower. We provide more pathways, but the rigor of meeting standards in either iReady or SBAC or CIA is still about the same as the other districts, right? The general is you have to be meeting the standard in English to be reclassified. So we provide more opportunities to prove that you meet the standard, but you still have to meet the standard. We haven't lowered the bar. We've just offered you more ways to get to the bar.
Okay, and That's really helpful. And then the last question is, are there non-ELs that could benefit by being considered in EL and have that extra effort? Yeah, to go the other direction.
If there is an opportunity for a student who was not classified as an English learner, a teacher can certainly bring that to our attention. And we definitely have a protocol in place to examine data, home language survey, and to, if with additional evidence and information and data from the classroom would show that they may benefit from that, then we definitely have a protocol in place to identify them if that support is needed.
Well, I don't want them to miss out on a great opportunity only because they didn't classify as English.
No, and so that's one of the reasons that Rowena talked about training for teachers who are non-ELA teachers, right? Your science teachers, your math teachers. When you train in what's called integrated ELD strategies, the idea is that you're bringing these language literacy strategies into your content area courses. So they're going to definitely benefit your EL students who are sitting there. They're also going to if any student who's struggling with literacy, struggling with vocabulary, struggling with English in that content, that social science content, that math content. So that was one of the recommendations to push forward, right, is to continue our integrated ELD training so that all of our teachers end up with these strategies that they can use that help all in literacy, but also are very, very beneficial for our EL students.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I also thought the presentation was amazing, so thank you. And as you were going, I was writing down questions, but then you'd go to the next slide and my question was answered. So I appreciate that. Just a couple of questions regarding the process through which a child goes. In Capo, how informed are the parents? So when we do reporting periods and we're progress monitoring, right, their ELD levels, are parents then informed on the report card on how they're doing in ELD, or how is that communicated to families?
Our current elementary report card does report on ELD. We are currently working on refining that even more to make sure that is aligned to the ELD standards. So that's definitely there. And at the secondary level, that would be represented with the grade that they're earning and designated ELD class, and of course, in all of their other content areas.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. And then I have one more. When I'm looking on the page where it talks about 12% of RFEPs are enrolled in AP courses, because they perform very well, right? What do you think the disconnect is? Why is that happening for those students and maybe it is to the point that Dr. Brown just made, that it depends on the student and when they reclassify. So maybe if you have a student who RFEPs, like you just said, in 10th grade, they're not really going to access an AP class or get into those upper level, classes in high school. Whereas versus a student who's RFEPing in 4th and 5th grade, then they can follow that pathway and get into those classes. Do you think that's the biggest disconnect for students getting into those classes, or there may be other issues as well?
One area that we're really examining is the course pathway and the course selection for students at the secondary level, and the critical role that the APs of guidance as well as school counselors play in that process, and the education that will be needed and that we're starting to put in place to make sure that there is a solid understanding of the different outcomes of students and what data tells us of their level of readiness to participate in those, so that we may not think that, hey, maybe they're not ready, but in fact, data suggests to us they are ready to be challenged in those courses. So that is an area that we are exploring more in depth.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Andrew.
Thank you. This is an amazing presentation. I can't really speak for Dr. Pritchard, but I know the two of us have been here a long time and we've never had the depth of this type of presentation. I can kind of speak that, we need to support students better, but now I still won't be able to speak coherently to it, but I will carry this around with me just in case someone asks me. About the AP, I'm kind of looking over here at the amazing Jen Smalley, who was ahead of her time of really promoting AP for all and trying to get that ingrained with her school culture. And so I think that's probably what you're thinking as well, certain classes. And I so appreciate you when you were, my kids weren't at your school, but when you were doing that. And that's really ahead of time identifying where we're missing there. So I really appreciate that. And I know I won't put him on the spot, but I know that Principal Willickson could walk us through what it looks like when a student comes to him, how they support, and I'll just do that on a side conversation. But I want to thank you all so much for this, and I'll look forward to additional information and see our improvements. Thank you.
Trustee Jones, thank you.
So I have a whole lot of questions. If a parent does not want their student to be in an ELD class, and maybe they know that they almost reclassified last year and that they just, you know, they're kind of over it. I know the law requires it, but can the parent opt out?
A parent can opt out of ELD services, but it does not change a student's English language status, and they will continue to be required to take the LPAC until they reclassify.
Right, I understand, but they don't a parent can opt out of the ELD class. Okay.
They
all right.
can, with a lot of conversation and communication with the site, that is the best pathway for the student.
Okay, all right, but you're not gonna bully them about it, right?
We are here to support.
Okay. And this is kind of in no particular order. You were talking about there's always new English learners coming in, just as there's always English learners reclassifying. And if the size of the kindergarten class was the same size more or less as the 12th grade class, we could say, well, you know, we could measure that, but is the rate of, we'll call them ins and outs, pretty steady, that we are reclassifying at least about the same rate for as far as number coming in, or are we doing better, worse? Do you have an idea of that?
That's certainly additional data that we can collect and present.
Okay, and to a certain extent, I don't necessarily need to know. I'm just wondering if we're looking at it. I don't expect you to get back to me. I'm just wondering if we are considering that.
But can I answer that too?
Yes,
I mean, mathematically, the answer is unfortunately no, because if we were doing the exact same rate, then every EL would reclassify, right? By the time they left us, they would all be reclassified. That means everybody who came in reclassified before they left, and they do not. So
I understand that.
yeah, so it's
but-
not the same. It's a steady rate, although it's actually improving from the side. So we are getting better. We're getting closer to getting all of them. And that's really the goal, right? Is to increase that rate to close that gap between how many stay in the system as LTELs and graduate as LTELs versus how many graduate as RFEP students. So we are increasing our ability to close that gap.
Okay.
But it is not the same rate. We get more than we reclassify.
So then some issues about the students taking honors and APs. I'm wondering if, again, I don't necessarily need to see the data on it, but I'm wondering if we have, as a district, looked at the statistics, the demographics of who are the students taking AP and honors classes versus not. Male versus female, special ed versus non, you know, all those kinds of different things.
Yes.
I just think that is worth looking at.
We are.
All right. And then I would like to just talk a little bit about ELs and RFEPs taking advanced courses. I was speaking to a staff member recently about a student who is not even reclassified, but a high school student who's apparently very motivated, very bright, and has had trouble getting permission to take the AP classes when I'll just say they and their parent and even some of their teachers are convinced they can, but apparently some teachers are not convinced. And, you know, there's plenty of students that are not ready to do that. And I don't necessarily believe that EL status is part of it. Again, when we're talking about math classes, which don't tend to be as heavily into reading and certainly not heavily into writing. I just feel like this is really a big gap we've got. And I don't think it has to do with did you not reclassify until 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th grades. It's to a certain extent an attitude of the school and the teachers and and one's family, I think there's lots of capable students who are probably only verbally fluent. I know I can speak a language that I cannot read or write. So I'm very well aware of how this works with students that they can't read or write, particularly writing very well. That oughtn't to keep them from taking advanced courses, particularly in math and science.
So I'll direct you to the last page that Rowena presented, which was one of those things that we're working on, right? And this idea that we're going to identify other metrics of success. We're going to increase futurology appointments for the students, right? Doing things to make them aware of whether, I mean, we're definitely not going to push a student who can't write in English into AP English. But AP Math, if that's where they're showing proficiency in, is definitely an opportunity, right? So part of it is getting our staff on board with that's that cultural proficiency work. Like understanding the EL is not an indicator of proficiency across the board. It's an indicator of comfort with the English language, right? So it is something we're working on. It's an area of growth that Rowena pointed out, and we'll continue to work on that.
So I'd also like to find out if the staff is looking at A through G completion across all different demographics. Yeah, because again, I'm not convinced that that's as much about ELs as it is about some other things. And
I will say that generally the biggest barrier for A through G is English, because it requires 4 years of English. So when we talk about language being the barrier and English is the A through G gatekeeper, that is a challenge we have to get over, because it's the one class you require 4 years of successful completion to get for A through G.
okay, but we require 4 years to graduate. Oh, I see. Okay, all right. So, okay. So I guess then that was my next question is like, what's missing in our A through G completion rate? I was going to say it's the last year of science. That was going to be my guess, but if it is indeed the English with a C or better, I'd be interested in knowing that. But again, for the staff.
In a future board meeting, there is a full A through G report coming, so we will definitely get to that.
You know what? I'll be back here. You'll see me.
Okay.
again. Okay.
Yeah, lots of caffeine for everybody. It'll be dense with data.
Yeah, make sure there's a reserve seat for me. The last question is about the norming of the LPAC. And I think this is Dr. Mack. I don't think you know the answer to this one, Dr. Brown. I know the CELP was not normed properly. I know it wasn't. I'm not convinced that LPAC is. How is LPAC normed? Is it normed against low income English only speakers? I mean, I would just like to know how it's being normed, because I'm not convinced that it doesn't have a bias inherent in it.
I can get back to you about all the specific ways that it's normed, but I do know that one of the ways that it's normed is that against other students that are non-English learners.
Against
So,
English only.
so the field test will need to be taken as well as they norm the score by other students who are non-English learners to see the performance of students who are not identified as English learners and how they perform on the LPAC.
Okay, so you think that they are norming it against English only students in various different demographics?
Yes, but I'm happy to get back to you on the specifics.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Davis.
Marina, thank you for the great presentation. I love the data. I actually love that. What additional data does CUSD add for reclassification?
What do you mean that what do we add?
So there's certain requirements by the state, but then there's some other kind of pick and
The
choose.
requirements, but so the criterion 2, if we can go back to that. This one right here.
So let's be careful. We don't add anything.
Yeah.
There are 4 required criterion. As a district, we get control to an extent over criterion 2 and criterion 4.
Right.
So the LPAC is required for everybody statewide, as is the opportunity for meeting consultation with parents, right? The teacher evaluation and the basic skills relative are able to be tweaked by the district. right? So that's why in your packet, we gave you the other districts, so you can see a lot of districts for criterion for example, just use SBAC met or exceeded. That's their only criterion for. We use that or benchmark I-ready scores or CIs, and other districts also use variations, right? So you can see what those are, but you can't eliminate or add criteria. You can just define criterions 2 and 4.
Okay, so the teacher evaluation and the SBAC or the benchmark score is the two that we need for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, this was informational only, so we are now moving on to 12B, demographic analysis and elementary enrollment projections. At this time, I'd like to recognize Clark Hampton, Deputy Superintendent, Business and Support Services. This item is also information.
Thank you, President Castellanos. Trustees, get ready for more data. So here we go. So this item is to share a presentation that the District Advisory Committee had presented to them by the consultants on the meeting they held January 23rd, 2024. For the benefit of those here tonight, the District Advisory Committee is comprised of members appointed by each trustee. The committee's purpose is to assist the district with evaluating student enrollment projections and associated school capacity needs in the future. The committee's meetings are subject to the Brown Act, and the public may attend all meetings held by the committee. Okay. All right. Trustees may remember the DAC or District Advisory Committee held meetings last year, but paused while the district engaged with a new consultant. The new consultant is King Consulting and also assists the district with state funding applications and other needs related to school facility funding. This presentation to the DAC also provided information as a result of questions from the DAC at their first 2 meetings last year. So the DAC was provided a high-level snapshot of factors influencing district enrollment. The normal decline due to students aging out is one, birth rates and the new universal TK program, along with our total capacity utilization. And note in the slide that we're utilizing about 69% of our identified capacity now. However, 26% of that is represented by portable classrooms. So enrollment is down 30% in the last decade, and Dr. Brown mentioned that in his opening comments about our decline in enrollment. And this was a projected decline as neighborhoods are filled with children, and eventually those children graduating, yet the home now no longer has school-age children. The implementation of universal TK funding has helped minimize the decline. You'll see in this chart that we're seeing an increase in K is level, and increasing enrollment with TK is assisting with our help mitigate some of the decline in enrollment. So one question that DAC had was if students were leaving to attend private schools, and there was a slight increase due to the pandemic, but overall is relatively flat. This trend continued this year with a net incoming students from private schools returning to Capistrano Unified. And then CUSD sees a decline in students transferring out to the district prior to the 12th grade. This year, we saw a net 2,838 incoming students versus students leaving the district. So that's a net incoming students of 2,838. However, we had 3,957 graduating seniors. So that results in a net decline of just over 1,000 students. So we discussed with the committee, the overall population is increasing. However, school-aged population is declining. So the top chart is the increase in total population, while school-aged children is declining. And then, as you know, we're growing in some areas. So as example, with Rancho Mission Viejo area, where the Esencia School was built in 2018 as a result of a new development. And we're also in the process of building or getting ready to build a new K-8 school in Randa development, but the growth isn't enough to counteract the overall aging out that we're seeing across the entire school district. So this is a chart that's unreadable. So, but what it was, it was readable by the committee. But what that shows is all the elementary schools and their, the open enrollment aspects of the school. So you'll see the line, the diagonal line going down, those represent the students going to the schools in the area of their boundary. And then you can see where students are coming from and where they're leaving to for all the elementary schools. So this was part of the open enrollment discussion, school choice discussion with the committee.
We'll print you one on tabloid for the next time you meet with me, so it'll be nice and big for you.
They refer to it as spatial analysis matrix. We call it the open enrollment report. So here you can see the net migration. Light pink, it's a mild reduction in students leaving that area to go somewhere else. And you might ask, well, if we're having seen an increase in enrollment in the Ascensia, Rancho Mission Viejo area, why is there a net decline there? And it's because these are the students that are leaving to go to specialized programs like the immersion programs, things like that. So we have some students who live in Ascensia, but they go to the immersion programs elsewhere. So that's the movement from it. And the dark red is a significant amount of students leaving the area of their home school to go to another school. And then green is in that increase of students who are migrating into that school area. So then we talked about enrollment projections. One of the aspects is local births. So you look at the birth rate in an area and then you calculate forward to 5 years when you would expect to see them entering your school system. And there was a pandemic baby boom somewhat. So the birth rates actually increased slightly in the last several years, but not meeting anywhere near the birth rates we had earlier in the early 2000s. That is represented earlier in the chart. So, and this is the birth rate trends by region in the district, comparing the 2010 to 2022 by zip code. So where the babies are being born versus not being born. And then another trend we're seeing is a significant decrease in people under 30, the birth rate of people under 30 versus over 30 has changed significantly. Has stayed about the same for people over 30. And then grade to grade migration. This is most about retention. So if you take K through 4 and then look at your 1 through 5 grade levels, we have a net increase most years except for the pandemic. So there's, you look at grades, so you keep the K4s and they move forward and you actually gain some more students over time. And other than the pandemic, we've always had a net gain from that cohort. And then this is our elementary school projection. You can see we're leveling off. The dark line represents where we've been, and then the light line is the projections. And what will happen is that there'll be just I refer to as equilibrium enrollment. Once everything's, the neighborhoods have all aged out, then you just see kind of a wave pattern over time of increasing and declining enrollments over time. So this is the previous chart by grade level. So it's and then we looked at now, once we went through the things that impact enrollment, we now talked about the utilization and the capacity we have in the school district. So we ranked from lowest utilization to highest. And so that, as referenced earlier, the bottom line is, the horizontal line is the 69% utilization of all capacity. And then 100% is the top line. And you can see where each school is in meeting and filling their total capacity. The far left school is Marblehead, the far right school is Las Palmas. So Las Palmas is at 100% plus utilization. And this is what's expected by 2030. So this will be in 2030, 31, based on moderate projections, the utilization rate. So you see we're kind of leveling off. So you see the chart doesn't change much. if I go back to the previous chart, it's just a mild change. And then the following chart is also difficult to read, but it's basically the estimated capacity and the number of portables at each school site. And this will factor in the following chart. It'll have a lot more meaning in the following chart. So this is the projected enrollment from on the left side, 2023-24, our current enrollment out to 2030-31, and the bars represent a low, then moderate, then high projection. So like low, we would expect the enrollment not to go up as fast, medium, and then a high enrollment. So the recommendation is to use the middle chart, and you can see not factoring in portables that we're just about utilizing all of our school sites for the most part. If you look at the moderate projections, the middle bar, we're just under the permanent capacity of those school sites. So next steps, these are the items that the District Advisory Committee is going to be learning more about at the next meeting on March 12th. Again, it's a public meeting open to anybody who'd like to come and see it. So far, we haven't had any people coming and speaking, but the meetings are very, very data rich. And I think the committee is enjoying their time on this because they're learning a lot about the school district. You'd have to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any speaker cards on the side?
There are none.
Okay, trustees. Trustee Parham.
Yeah, thank you for that. Also, my understanding is that we're kind of at the whim of the developer on when Rienda gets built. Is that something that we can push sooner rather than later?
The Rienda development?
Yeah.
So we have a mitigation agreement with the ranch, and the mitigation agreement calls for the opening of Rienda based on a certain target number of students that are over enrolled in a sense. And so that's driven by the number of houses that are being built and occupied. So it's all based on the whether the ranch slows down with this with the inflation bump and increasing interest rates on home mortgages. It kind of slowed down their development a little bit, but we think they're on track. Things seems to be moving pretty quickly.
Well, it seems like we are over enrolled at Essentia, and I think, I mean, I don't know what's that number?
There were what over
enrolled.
The impacts on Essentia are predominantly the class size reduction. So the school wasn't built or designed for the lower class size that we're at now. So it is going to appear to be more full. And as we bring class sizes back to where they were before, there'll be more space available. There's also a call for placing, there's portables that are part of the mitigation agreement to be placed there to house Rienda students.
Yeah, I think we've maxed out on that, or at least we will next year, right?
Yeah, I think I can ask you.
Yeah, so we're going to be this summer adding 7 more relocators out there to house, for Rienda students. One of the things that Mr. Hampton noted is the lower class size has made it more difficult for classroom spaces and adding specialized programs. So we'll have to take a closer look at some of those specialized programs in the next couple of years. We have a meeting with RMV early next week to get an update on where they're at. The earliest that they probably could give us the site would be probably early 25. And then we need a couple years to build the school. So the school couldn't open prior to 27-20 would be the earliest.
Right.
And that's about when we would expect, not other factors that are class size and all that, that we would expect the amount of students generated out of Rienda would over enroll Essentia by 400. That's the trigger point. Rienda students 400. And then
Well, regardless of what the class sizes are, there's still the same impact on traffic. So, and there's still only really a couple of ways in. So that's getting, you know, exponentially worse with additional people. So, and I understand we could put more kids in a classroom, but they still got to be dropped off. And that issue has not been resolved, and it's getting worse, and it's only going to get worse. So I would encourage you to, I mean, I'm going to start rattling the cages with the ranch. And I think 27, 28 is probably not good enough. So we'll talk more about that specifically. And I think we also have to spend some time now figuring out our vision for the COSD school that we want to have. We talked about that a few months ago. Just, when you design a school for so many kids, and then all of a sudden, something else happens and you have to add 10 portables. That's not the right way to do things. And I know that we had a lot of challenges, so I get that, but we need to be very mindful about what kind of physical plant we have, especially as we're requiring the public to support us down the road with some needs.
I know that the state school construction, they expect schools to have portables.
I understand that, and I get that, but to max out on portables within 2 or 3 years is not good planning. And I don't blame you, I blame the ranch. I don't blame interest rates even. You could have seen that coming. So in this area, where we are blessed with having more and more kids, we still have exponentially more problems on the horizon with traffic and overcapacity. And so I think we do need to reconsider issues like open enrollment and things like that. Because it's, you see some schools that are way below that line of capacity. Yet some schools, Las Palmas is at capacity. Yet that's in one of those areas where a lot of those kids won't be there 10 years from now, right? So we need to be looking at that.
Yeah, that's part of our goal with the committee.
Okay, trustee Hanachek.
Thank you. Thank you. And my committee member has really enjoyed this. I think you've had one meeting or two. So in future discussions, will you be considering at all, when you look at capacity in schools, our schools, we have many schools that were built during phases, right? Open classroom concept. Del Obispo comes to mind. And then we had to go back and chop it back up and make classrooms. And then we have, I think Kenosha was designed 20-1. So the classrooms are like this big. So will that be part of your discussion when you look at that? Because every school represents a phase. A Concordia and a Palisades have the big windows and the awnings, So
physical plant's one of
physical plant. Okay. Let's see, what else? Oh, will you also be looking at, or not for this committee, will we doing information about what is kind of the optimum size for schools? What's the sweet spot for an elementary, middle, and high school? Will we be factoring that sort of discussion in?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll have that as well. Okay, and then just a comment. I so appreciate Trustee Parham's frustration, and those of us have been around for a really, really long time. Every time we have a new development, the new flavor, we under whatever report or think how many children we're going to have. Talega was exploded, Ladera exploded, and so then we spend our time, a lot of time, trying to adjust and figure that out. So I totally hear it. It just seems to be that you're the new flavor, you attract the new families, and we never count it right. What is it, 2.1 kids per household? It should be like 7 per household. So I just always happens, and I understand what you're saying, but then it does adjust over time. So thank you for this committee work. I think you're really doing it with fidelity, and I'm glad that we stepped back in order to go forward. So thank you.
Okay, trustee Balkus.
Yes, Clark, on page 17, the detailed local birth rates or trends, is it possible to get numbers? The reason why I ask is because percentages can be deceiving. And I just drew a line across here because it looks like north, we've got more births, but there's definitely a slowdown south. There's something going on. And I would really like to take this to the city of Mission Viejo because where we've grown our senior citizen rate of population from 25, representing now 27%. And we, keep talking about aging out. In this 12-year trend and this 2-year trend, I've got a 35-point swing saying we're having more babies.
Yeah.
So I'd kind of like to understand percentages versus, because there's definitely growth in Rancho Santa Margarita, Coto, Trabuco, and Mission Viejo. Whereas, but I mean, there are big point swings because even in San Clemente and San Juan Capistrano, in that 12 years, they were -40 and now they're flat. Well, that's actually an increase, but maybe the numbers would give a different story. So is it possible to get the actual
Yeah,
numbers?
we can dig into the numbers that represent those, the colored charts.
Because when we
the
say we're
map,
decreasing, it's like,
Right.
not my area.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, the largest growing demographic group is people aged over 60. That's the largest growth.
Well, like I said, our seniors age
Southwest
65 and
China.
over now represents a larger.
So.
So,
We can get the numbers behind on this chart here, right?
because I think if I shared this with my city, they would be really interested in that number.
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you.
that's, you're right. Percentages are misleading too, because when you look at a trend over 10 years versus a trend over 2 years, it doesn't mean you're having more. You're still having way less than you were 10 years ago. You're just having more than you were last year.
Yeah.
Right? So I think the numbers would be good to put in there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the COVID.
Well, that's why the chart before shows the actual numbers where birth rate was higher in the past, but now, yeah.
Okay, trustee Jones.
Yeah, I just have one question about the capacities. When we're talking about classrooms and portables, are we also including portables that are not owned by us? They're mostly the Y.
They're just our portables.
Okay, so we're only including our portables in that.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then I don't know if we have any portables on school properties that are can't be used for classrooms. They're either too small or they're maybe just not in good condition and they're being used for storage or something along those lines.
I think most of the portables are 960 square feet. That's the standard for a class. Yeah, we use the standard 960 square foot. Are you also asking, are there any that are uninhabitable or just not useful? Because a lot of the portables are used for other specialized programs and things.
Yeah, or the PTA has a room where they keep stuff,
Right.
And just in a school where not all the portables are
So,
needed.
yeah, there's, I think, two pieces to that. So if it's a portable that could be used as a classroom, but the school has designated as something else because they have the space, that would count towards our capacity.
I understand.
If on a few schools, there are the half portables that are not big enough to be classrooms, I saw 2 at a school the other day. Those are not considered in the capacity study
Okay,
because they
all
could
right.
not have students.
On the portable question, so I don't want a school to be dinged because we've done an amazing job at our older schools, like I'll use Palisades as an example of removing the uninhabitable portables. That is a cleaned up campus, but they don't show any portables, right? They could, the capacity for them to drop, you could drop endless portables up there. Same with RHJ and when they used to have 1,000 kids at that school. So I don't know if that's a fault or that factors into anything, but again, we've done a great job removing portables. They were, when my children's there, these schools were seas of portables, right? So does that ding them, in some way
No,
or?
it's just
Okay.
part, that's the normal life cycle of
Okay.
a school. You have portables to account for bubbles of enrollment.
Right,
And then you remove them.
and then we've really done an excellent job of getting rid of, because when they go bad, they're bad.
Okay, we are now going to 12C and 12D were pulled, so we are now moving on to consent calendar. Please note per board policy 9323 and in accordance with the law, the public has the right to comment on any consent item. At the request of any member of the board, any item on the consent agenda shall be removed or given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Each speaker is allotted between 1 and 3 minutes per item, depending on the number of individuals who wish to speak. Ms. Schwanke, do we have any speakers for consent calendar?
We do have 2 speaker cards. Michelle Postle Campbell.
Okay.
Good evening. I get a full 3 minutes. It's amazing how long 3 minutes can be. So in the last month, $212,937.58 were donated by our PTAs and PTSAs across Capistrano Unified to cover the costs such as science camp, ed puzzle subscriptions, non-instructional supplies, projectors, and installation at Castile, Canyon Vista, and Moulton, reading counts, iReady programs, assemblies, field trips for the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades. I'm assuming the 5th graders are all at science camp and not doing other field trips, at least this month. STEM lab assemblies, general school use, classroom supplies, school fencing, scholastic news, Epson projectors at another site, student furniture to make sure they all have comfy seats. This is my favorite one though, the Prismatic Magic Assembly. I wanted to be there and missed it. Teacher supplies, ICANN lab trainings, school safety projects. And in addition, our PTAs have planned so many fun and amazing hospitality events at their sites to show their appreciation for our amazing school staffs. We really appreciate all they do every day, working tirelessly for our students to make sure our students have safe places to grow their minds and to feel safe and connected to their schools. So if you have yet to join a PTA, this is my monthly plug unless I get somebody else to do it for me. So please do so tonight. You can join at join.totem and find your local PTA. And so thank you so much for letting us do all the hard work we as PTAs do to support our schools while you do everything you do to support our kids. And my second item is, yay! Make Nagel a Title I school, please, tonight. We are so looking forward to it. We have been planning so much. We're working on getting our school site council up and running. We're doing all this and we're excited for this. So please, please, please just vote yes on all the consent items. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Any trustees have any consent items to pull? No? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar items 14A through 17B? Okay. Moved by trustee Davis and seconded by trustee Willicus. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner McGee, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Pierce. Absent. Trustee Willicus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. Okay, motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote to approve the consent calendar. We are now moving on to oral communication. Oral communications, and we are finishing our speakers. So, Ms. Schwenke, you can start call. Yeah, thank you.
I will call the speakers. So we have Linda Rowe, Michelle Morgan, Lisa, Mary, Linda, Eva Harrison, Sean, Michelle McNutt, Jean, and Ian or I'm. Please line up in the middle and state your name when you speak. First one is Linda Rowe.
Is it Linda R?
R.
Okay. I'm Linda Ray. I'm here to ask that this Parental Notification Act be put on the next agenda that Lisa Davis proposed. Parents know their children best and their authority should not be superseded by teachers and school administrators. Schools should not make potentially life-altering decisions for a child behind parents' backs. The district is allowing young students to assume gender different from their biological sex without consulting or informing parents. Parents should be informed at once if a school is pushing ideology on children that is not in line with the child's family's values or core beliefs. We have a petition going It's called Protect Kids of California Act of 2024 that will be on the November ballot. This law will require schools to notify parents regarding children's mental health concerns identified in school settings, including gender identification issues. Protect girls' competitive sports and school spaces to be for biological girls only. Prevents the sterilization of children by prohibiting the use of public puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, mastectomies, and genital surgeries for minors. Thank you. I have the petitions
Thank
with
you. Our
me.
next speaker is Michelle Morgan.
Good evening, trustees. I'm here to express my objection to the fact that you as a board are deferring time in these meetings to students, minors in fact, in preference to hearing from parents and adults who have the responsibility and charge to care for them. I'm especially offended by the fact that you have limited oral communications to a total of 20 minutes. While you might pat yourselves on the back for being interested in what students think, perhaps as part of your inclusive ideology, I see it as a way to limit the outcry of adults in the room who are concerned about the craziness being perpetrated in your schools, and there are taxpayers who actually vote and pay for your salaries. I'm also well aware of the evidence that has been shared with this board, which clearly shows the collusion and orchestration to flood meetings with students and staff for the express purpose of silencing parents with a common sense point of view. Shame on you, of those of this board who have supported this effort. I suggest you have students submit comments, as you had suggested earlier, via email for your information, and get back to listening to the adults in the room.
I would like to read into the public record that on 10/18/2023, CUSD Board Trustees Castellanos, Hanachek, Jones, Parham, and Pritchard did deny without public discussion or review the students of CUSD a parental notification policy, simultaneously endangering these children's lives by overstepping civil law and, more importantly, God's law, as the parents alone are responsible for their children under the age of accountability. And this was a violation without recourse. It is my opinion that these five, not Lisa Davis, who introduced the parental notification policy, nor Judy Bolkus, who voted in favor of it, be alone held criminally responsible for the damages to these CUSD students since 10/18/23. Most transgender coerced students will regret this decision by the time their prefrontal cortexes are formed. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary.
Thank you. My name is Mary. I'd like to read the public record also, 10/18/23. Same board trustees, Castellanos, Hanachek, Jones, Parham, and Pritchard, all voted to deny students their parental rights policy. We're asking that the parental notice policy be introduced by Lisa Davis, be reinstated on the agenda and reintroduced so it can be properly evaluated. Why? Because we have already given the board secretary copies of corresponding showing the collusion of some of the five board members with the GSAs and the local LGBT organizations and coordinations to distract with 49 students who were given preference speaking while denying parents and experts from across the state a respectable or at least equal time to give their own testimony. This is an official request that you put Lisa Davis notification back on the agenda. We talked earlier about declining enrollment. You have to be kidding. You know why we have declining enrollment. It's because of the Marxist CRT and the sex ed. Don't fool yourselves, okay? We know lots of parents who have left.
Speaker is Linda.
You five who voted to deny students and their parents a parental rights policy know who you are. Praise God, in the U.S., we have the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. We have the Protect Kids California Act of 2024. Petitions are here with us tonight. Hundreds have already been signed. The Rasmussen polls show that you five are in the minority across the country in your position of denial. This act will make these changes into law. No boys and girls sports or bathrooms, locker rooms. This law will require schools to notify parents regarding children's mental health concerns, including gender confusion issues. Prevent sterilization of children, prohibiting the use of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, mastectomies, and genital surgeries for minors. We ask that you put Lisa Davis parental notification policy back on the agenda so we may have protect the kids that may be harmed in the interim. Thank you.
Hi, am I going? Hi, a basketball coach who coaches female students of all grades at Tesoro High School was publicly following Instagram porn stars. This was found out by his female students who were shocked. When this was brought to the principal's attention, the coach was told to set his profile to private. Was this coach told that looking at young naked women on Instagram may be a problem given his profession? I checked one of the profiles he followed, a very young woman who used a baby doll to pretend to breastfeed, exposing her large breast completely and acting sexually. Judy, your response was that as a new one-year coach, he requires further guidance and he has received appropriate feedback with specific direction. What exactly was this appropriate feedback? Call me a prude, but if that was my daughter's coach, I would be very concerned with this coach's porn addiction. Porn has been normalized. It doesn't make it normal. It's very concerning. And at the very least, parents should be notified. We should have a social media.
Students have access to the private lives of some teachers and coaches. These teachers and coaches have the legal right to their adult lives. However, we're aware that a team of female students, not just one student, are in distress over what they found on that social media website. The content's not illegal. However, it's sexually explicit in nature and inappropriate knowledge for these girls. One parent who's afraid to speak up has expressed that they are now faced with pulling their child off the team and considering pulling her from Capo District. This isn't the first instance our district has had that has caused the need to adopt a district staff social media policy. Similarly to the campus safety issue, I'm not sure why this hasn't happened yet, but if someone could please email me about this, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, board. As others have said, as a grandparent advising my children, why should we send our children to public school, CUSD? We've seen a lot over the year. We've seen condoms in boys' bathrooms. We've seen sexual material in libraries and classrooms. And we've seen curriculum that grooms young children with very soft transgender messages. I just wonder if you guys are concerned. Are you for parents? We've been pushing for this, but I think your actions are speaking louder than maybe your testimony because of not listening to parents during the October meeting. You had all the students in front, parents weren't given an accommodation. I would also look for your declining enrollment, look at homeschooling. We're recommending that people pull their kids. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle McNutt, and I'm the proud mother of two wonderful girls in two of our schools. I am also a highly notified parent, and I exercise my parental rights daily, weekly, through looking at curriculum, through having meetings at school with my kids' teachers. I actually just got a text message today, a personal text message from my daughter's chemistry teacher. He was concerned because her grade kind of dropped a little bit. And he's like, hey, what's going on? Is something going on? So there's no secrets here. I'm notified. I have rights. I meet. I had a roundtable with all of my daughter's teachers and the principal and a counselor because she was in the hospital for a few days. They listened to her like she knew what she was talking about, like she knew what she wanted, and they respected her. And I appreciate that. And I would just like to say, for all the protesting about this parental notification not being about trans kids, thank you to every single person tonight who just said it actually was. Now, cat's out of the bag, we can move on.
Is Ian, our next speaker is Ian.
Okay, we are now moving on to adjournment. So may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, moved by trustee Davis, second.
Second.
Okay, seconded by trustee Bolkus. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, motion carries 7-0. We are now adjourned. Thank you.